humanity survived. Our ancestors have destroyed the world, and we had to pay the price. With over 100 years without sunlight. But we have prepared ourselves for our chance to make things right. They stole from us a life of happiness. Still, we will make the best of it. Even though Mother Earth is grim and tainted, we have managed to survive. And we will keep surviving.
We finally left the Endzone. Just look at this beautiful scenery. It's marvelous, even though it's a bit different from what we had pictured. We were able to secure a few basic resources and are storing them in our bus. I'm glad we prepared ourselves well for this kind of scenario, especially since our inventories in the Endzone ran low. Don't forget that if you need additional information, you can look at our survival guide at any time. Well done. Everything you need to know should be right here. I think the time has come for us to at last build ourselves a new home here. Before we can construct buildings at all, we have to assign the profession builder to several settlers so that they can take care of construction contracts. In general, it's your responsibility to decide which tasks are important and how our settlers are supposed to be distributed to attend to them. All right, your builders will be ready as soon as construction contracts have been issued. It's time to start focusing on our key and most basic need, water. The first thing we ought to do is to establish a working water supply. So we'll move on to our first construction contract. Place and build a jetty by a lake in the vicinity of your town center. Very good. The jetty was completed as planned. Now we have a place where we can collect water. There are other possibilities to gather water too, but the jetty is the simplest and most cost-effective method. We can obtain and store water from different sources, like a jetty, rain collector, or well in the cistern. The cistern should always be in close proximity to a water source so that our water carriers don't have to walk too far. Great. We have now installed a working water supply, and water is now transported from the jetty to our cistern. Consider hiring more water carriers if you don't have enough settlers available. You can never have enough water in storage. Now we should focus on food production. It's important to ensure the supply right from the start. A gatherer's cabin, a hunting lodge, or a fishing hut can directly remedy the situation. I suggest starting with a fishing hut, since we're already located near a lake. Good work. We've now taken care of our basic supply via food and water. Make sure that you have enough food and water on hand at all times, especially if you want to upgrade your settlement. A population that grows too fast can quickly unbalance your food and water supply, bringing major difficulties for you if you don't watch out. Crops are another excellent way of getting food, because they constantly grow as long as the soil is moist enough. Each seed has different yields and growing times. This means that it could take some time until your field is ready to be harvested, in contrast to your fishing hut, where production can be right away. Looks good. Remember that we need the widest variety of food sources to stay healthy. You should also plan ahead for drought periods that might come when it's not going to rain. Stock up on food and adapt your production to avoid bottlenecks. I'll show you a few more strategies later on. At the beginning, we don't have much scrap wood or other resources. We could build a production building, but to obtain resources as fast as possible, it's best that we start gathering right away. Assign a Gather All Resources task. All the settlers who haven't been assigned any profession by you are going to accept these kinds of tasks. In addition, settlers distribute resources within your settlement. Since we now own plenty of resources, we can start to build a real production building. Then you don't have to always make efforts by hand that collecting is taking place. Production buildings are not only easier to manage, they are also distinctly more effective than simple tasks. Don't place production buildings too far away from your settlement. You'll be able to change their working area at any time later on. Right on. The best thing for us to do now is to build a forester's lodge to automate our supply of wood and make it more effective at the same time. Foresters are not only able to chop down trees, they reforest areas with trees as well. Good job. You might want to change this building's working area later on to tell your workers where they should get their wood from. Ah, and for your information, if you want, you can also tell your forester's lodge that they only ought to attend to reforesting an area in order to create a lush, green forest which generations to come can use. Very good. Now we ought to take care of collecting scrap. Scrap is one of the most valuable resources because the quantities present are limited, and we can recover other resources from scrap. Unlike the task we just had, the scrap yard allows larger quantities of existing scrap to be dismantled than with ruins or wrecks. Great. You can change the working area for the scrapyard, too. We can recycle scrap into 4 additional resources: cloth, metal, plastic, and electronics. We'll do that shortly, but for now we ought to take care of your settlers' needs first. Our people want a place to sleep and live. Cabins fulfill their need for safety and privacy and increase the confidence of their inhabitants. In other words, building cabins increases their willingness to start families and reproduce, if you know what I mean. Besides cabins, you can also provide sturdy houses and shelters as housing. Sturdy houses withstand sandstorms better and have an increased storage capacity to boot. Children living in houses gradually fill up the house's stockpiles. Settlers do not reproduce in a shelter because they lack privacy. Let's return from our excursion into housing and refocus on scrap. With the help of a recycler or refinery, scrap can be sorted into 4 different resources. A recycler always takes scrap apart, one resource at a time, while a refinery automatically produces all 4 resources. To start off, you should build a recycler and produce cloth. You can instruct your recycler to produce a different resource at a time. It's important that you focus on the resources you really need, at least in the beginning. Cloth and metal look like good options if you want to equip us with protective clothing and tools. Happy settlers are industrious settlers. That's why we ought to look after our people and protect them against the surroundings and dangers, like radiation. So let's start by transforming our newly recovered cloth into protective clothing. A tailor will be able to help us with that. We categorize environmental radiation into 4 levels: no radiation, low level, medium level, and high level radiation. The radiation changes constantly and is influenced by weather and contaminated rain. Protective clothing helps to protect us against this kind of radiation, but it takes a while before it's produced. And production relies on a steady flow of incoming resources. Try to establish production chains at an early stage and start to stockpile goods so that some are always on hand. The tools we brought along from the Endzone are slowly but surely running out. So now, let's focus on manufacturing new tools. The tools will help us to work effectively. We'll need metal for that. So we'll prepare for production by building another recycler, which we'll commission to recover metal from scrap. After that, we'll need a workshop to enable the manufacturing of brand new tools. With our lovely new tools, we are now prepared to work effectively. Should you ever run out of metal, keep in mind that you can also instruct your workshop to manufacture tools from scrap instead of metal. Though they won't be quite as effective, it's still better than being forced to work with bare hands. Down in the Endzone, we had sufficient time and resources to educate ourselves properly. But our children don't have this luxury. We ought to build a school and pass on what we've learned. As a result, they will be able to survive and work better and more effectively. Perfect. Besides the fact that educated children work more effectively, we'll also teach them to be more careful with their protective clothing and tools. This, in turn, leads to them staying intact longer, and we conserve valuable resources. Now that our population is starting to grow, we ought to again turn our attention to the topic of food production. We are already accumulating fish and tilling our fields. A gatherer's cabin will now enable us to gather mushrooms and berries from the forest nearby. Very good. As you can see, the gatherer's cabin is an effective possibility to get food quickly. But watch out. After a drought, it's going to take some time before the plants have regrown. As is the case with most buildings, here too, you can relocate the working area at any time. Although we are sufficiently supplied at the moment, our survival depends on diligent planning. If we can lay out a plan for an orchard, then we can start to plant fruit or nut trees that we can harvest after a few seasons. The orchard has been laid out, and the trees are already beginning to grow. Similar to crops for farming, trees need some time until they are fully grown. But once they have grown, they can be harvested again and again until they have to be newly planted. Our gatherer's cabin gathers food from the surrounding forests. However, there are any number of other plants there which we can use as well. These plants can be gathered by an herbal hut. The herbs gathered there can be consumed by settlers to replenish their health. Well done. We can equally utilize the gathered herbs to convert them into medicine later on. It might happen that an illness breaks out in our settlement from time to time and spreads among our settlers. That's why we always ought to have enough herbs on hand. Radiation is the main reason why the health status of our settlement can decrease. Although our settlers already use protective clothing to shield themselves against environmental radiation, it might occur that our sources of water become contaminated. We should start to filter our water to prevent this from happening. We will need a great deal of charcoal to accomplish this. The charcoal kiln will burn wood to produce charcoal. Great. We can use the charcoal in conjunction with a filtration system to purify our water. Unfortunately, our cistern is not able to do this. Only the water tower has the necessary equipment for this capability. It would be a disgrace if we had to demolish our trusted cistern just to erect a water tower in its place. What we ought to do instead is upgrade the cistern itself. A water tower can store much more water and provides workplaces for a lot more water carriers than our old cistern. Our new water tower is up and ready for action. Good work. Filtering the water is an important next step because clean drinking water is a key mainstay of any stable society. Let's begin with filtering our water. To save on charcoal, we ought to ensure that at least a little bit of water not contaminated by radiation is being stored in our water tower. Water gained from a well is never contaminated by radiation, so it suggests itself for that purpose. Then we can use the remaining charcoal to produce better protective clothing. Good work. We are continuously taking steps towards being better and better equipped to be able to survive in this hostile environment. Filtered water is a precious asset, and later on we can even use it to irrigate our fields. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. Not only our water can become a hazard for our settlers due to radiation, our food can too. We ought to erect a decontamination post to prevent settlers from eating meals that are contaminated with radiation. Very good. The decontamination post is going to supply all buildings that stockpile food and are located in its working area in order to purify the food that has been affected by radiation. It's true. We should never forget that even when we optimally prepare and protect ourselves, we're still going to lose friends and members of our family time and again. We're going to mourn them, come what may. But if we're able to bury them in a cemetery, then we'll get over the pain and let them rest in peace. Okay, the cemetery will help us to quickly get a hold on ourselves and focus on the tasks that lie ahead. It's not a pleasant thought, but that's the way things are. At the very least, we're pioneers, aren't we? Maybe we ought to distract ourselves to lighten up the mood. We can erect a number of buildings to increase confidence in our settlement, including, for example, a campfire or a pub. In this situation, however, our best option would probably be to upgrade our town center. Settlers can visit the new town center, and by doing so, increase their confidence for a while. Very good. The new town center not only gives us more storage space, at the same time, it functions just like a campfire, too. Settlers can visit the new town center, and by doing so, increase their confidence for a while. Now that we have made efforts to ensure the spiritual well-being of our settlers, we ought to attend to their physical health as well. Our settlers can get sick from time to time. Settlers who have become infected with a disease can die from it if they're not treated. Settlers will go to a medical facility to have themselves treated and will be admitted there, provided that beds are still available. We ought to ensure our settlers' medical health care. With this step, we have ensured the survival of the settlement for a while. Very good work. Since more and more children are being born these days, we should start to plan for the long term. While cabins are a good way to get settlers to start a family, they only provide limited space. This can quickly lead to people having to live on the street. Allow me to suggest to you that cabins be provided only in a very targeted manner in order to control the population growth of your settlement. Nothing is worse than not having enough resources to provide for everyone. We ought to build a shelter to be able to provide other inhabitants with a roof over their heads too. Very good. Remember that when children grow up, they're going to leave their parents' house and look around for a new place to live. It might happen that they don't find any home at all. We ought to build a shelter to be able to provide all inhabitants with a roof over their heads. I've already pointed out to you that it could become very dangerous if we were to run out of food at some point. Since a lot of people are going to be living in the new shelter, we ought to provide them with access to food in their vicinity. A hunting lodge can look for wildlife in the surrounding area to bring a little meat to the menu. perfect. The hunting lodge equally provides us directly with food, but it functions somewhat irregularly because it relies on wildlife in the surrounding area. Nevertheless, it can be indispensable during a drought because even the deer and wild boar still roam around the forest. However, wild animals can not only be shot, they can be captured too. When a wild animal has been captured, it can be brought to a pasture and served there as livestock. In order to capture wild animals, you have to instruct your hunter to do this. You also ought to set up a pasture and assign a herder. Animals captured by a hunter are brought to a pasture where they are tended to and cared for by herders. Some animals produce resources such as milk or eggs. Other animals can only be slaughtered to eat. You ought to find out for yourself which type of animal brings you which benefit. On each pasture, you can choose which type of animal ought to be kept there. You must provide water for the animals you keep on your pasture. This enables them to survive and reproduce. When enough animals are fully grown, the herder will start to slaughter them. If you don't want animals to be slaughtered, you can also instruct the herder not to do so. Now your herders know how they ought to handle the animals. And now that you've already captured several animals, don't forget to instruct your hunters to hunt animals again in the future so that they can continue to gather and provide food. With our increased production, our stockpile is going to run out soon. The supply routes for our production buildings are getting longer and longer too. To tackle these problems, you ought to build a temporary storeroom and have roads laid out. Good. Temporary storerooms increase your settlement's general storage capacity. Place them in a targeted manner in order to shorten the routes for goods between your production buildings. Roads are equally a great benefit because settlers moving on roads can go distinctly faster than on a normal supporting surface. To improve the whole thing even further, we can build a market to improve logistics at the settlement. Besides being an enormous stockpile for resources that is even able to store water, the market is responsible for distributing resources within your settlement. What's more, it also increases your settlers' confidence. logisticians are able to amass resources from the whole settlement and bring them to the market. This improves the flow of your products and leads to your settlers having to walk shorter distances to fulfill their individual needs. The combination of these attributes makes the market the ideal building when you want to enlarge or even relocate your settlement. The larger your settlement gets, the farther some settlers have to travel to get to all of the food you produce. To make life a little easier for them, you can build a food station. Logisticians who work at the food station will collect food from your storage buildings and production facilities and bring it to the food station. With the new food station, your settlers are now able to supply themselves with food directly on site. If your settlement is supposed to grow even further, you can think about whether you want to provide additional food stations. Distributing food at your settlement is going to prove to be extremely practical. However, your settlers not only need food to survive, they need water too. To be able to distribute water in a targeted manner, you can build a water point. Now that your settlers also have a water point available, they can supply themselves with water and food. Similar to how it's done at the food stations, this enables you to precisely control at which places your settlers are able to attend to their needs. Since we have our logistics under control, now we can concern ourselves with the weather and its challenges. We can build a weather station to enable us to make a forecast regarding upcoming weather and learn if potentially contaminated rain might be coming our way. It can also be used to prepare our crops and rainwater collectors we might have against contaminated rain by covering them. Very good. Now that we know what sort of weather awaits us and how we can protect ourselves against contaminated rain by covering our crops and rainwater collectors, we ought to attend to collecting the rain we want. Rain not only humidifies the soil, it can also be automatically collected via rainwater collectors to generate a steady flow of additional water. Since we've already built our weather station, we're able to decide what kind of circumstances would make us want to cover our rain collectors. Never forget that our settlers might get sick if we distribute water contaminated with radiation at our settlement, even if they're wearing protective clothing. We should make sure that the collected water is as purified as possible. We can have our crops covered to shield our seedlings against radiation. But once they've been covered, naturally they won't be irrigated with rain anymore. To rectify this problem, we can build an irrigation plant that is able to artificially regulate soil humidification. Place this building with care, because it is only going to irrigate the soil within its impact radius. Fabulous. As long as our irrigation plant is supplied with filtered water, it is able to neutralize a possible contamination of the soil due to radiation. But watch out. When water contaminated with radiation is fed into the system, this can lead to precisely the opposite. And the irrigation plant itself may possibly cause radioactive pollution of its surrounding area. Alongside contaminated rain, there are other environmental hazards, such as sandstorms or droughts. The soil dries out during a drought, and sandstorms sweep across the landscape from time to time. These sandstorms can damage your buildings and ultimately make them unfit for use. We ought to prepare for this and assign several more builders to enable potential damage to be repaired. You can decide which type of task your builders ought to give priority to at our town center. You can instruct them to merely repair buildings, to erect new buildings, or to do both at the same time. This enables you to react quickly in crisis situations. For instance, in the event of a sandstorm, you can quickly attend to having damaged buildings repaired. Now that we've taken care of all the necessary needs of our settlement, such as food, water, protective clothing, and tools, our next efforts ought to focus on increasing the settlement's overall productivity. A research station allows us to develop different technologies. One step in moving our settlement ahead is to make it possible for our refiners to acquire electronics from scrap. We should perform research on the appropriate technology to achieve this and instruct one of our refiners to produce electronics. Very good. With this new research station and the ability to acquire electronics from scrap, we can provide our settlement with all the materials we need. The research station is very useful in enabling us to adapt ourselves to our surroundings by using the right technologies in any situation. Down in the Endzone, we dealt with the concept of a solar collector. This solar collector is able to collect sunlight and convert it into electricity. We wanted to try out whether our idea works and build a solar collector. The solar collector produces energy by capturing sunlight and feeding this energy into a grid. The solar collector also gives us all the relevant information we need to keep an eye on our settlement's power consumption. Each of your buildings automatically hook up to this power grid when you set up an electric power pole within the building's range. Buildings supplied with electricity work distinctly more effectively and produce faster as a result. What's more, housing supplied with electricity increases the confidence of the settlers who use it. Fantastic. I can only picture how our ancestors must have felt with their almost infinite supply of energy. However, you ought to constantly keep an eye on your power consumption to avoid outages. Logically, the solar collector is only able to produce energy during the daytime. It would be beneficial if we could also make electricity available at night so that our settlement remains effective. It's clear that we currently work slower at night, so let's try to store the surplus energy we produce during the daytime to enable it to be used at night. That looks good. Some buildings are now connected to the power grid. Although a well-structured settlement that's hooked up to the power grid consumes a certain amount of resources, it is enormously effective. Oh, and just as an aside, you can have electric power poles put up on many surfaces, even on roads. Now that electronics are finally available to us, you can have your town center upgraded one more time to provide for more storage capacity. Very good. The additional storage capacity is going to be very useful. With the settlement producing on a stable scale, we can now focus on exploring our surroundings. Though we heard a bunch of stories in the Endzone, now we can explore the ruins our ancestors left behind firsthand to find treasure and resources. Let's build an expedition station. Well done. Assign settlers to be scouts and prepare expedition rations. When you want to send off an expedition, you can decide the quantity of expedition rations with which to supply the expedition. As a result, you can control how long and how thoroughly it is able to explore a ruin. Let's send out a few scouts to find a ruin. The scout will visit the ruin you have designated and explore it. As a result, the scout will supply us with important information about the site that we should pay attention to when we start an expedition. Our scout has returned and brought along a variety of useful information. Now that we know what we have to reckon with, we can put together a team in order to explore the ruin more precisely. Each ruin has its own challenges, secrets, and valuable resources. Choose settlers who fulfill the necessary prerequisites for the respective ruin, and give them enough expedition rations to take along. In addition, don't forget to equip them with protective clothing and tools to the best of your ability before you send them off. Now that you've commissioned the expedition, it's now in preparation stage. Expedition rations and other necessary resources are being amassed. Afterwards, the settlers you selected will relinquish their old tasks, assemble, equip themselves, and subsequently set off together on their way. Get yourself ready to make tough decisions. Good news. Your expedition has finally reached its destination. Now it's all up to you. Contact them and listen to what they have to say to you. Make wise decisions and guide the settlers through the ruin with meticulous care. Well done. Your decisions during an expedition are decisive for its success. Try to be as well prepared as possible and make wise decisions because the consequences could be fatal. Now let's loot this place and get out of here. Take as many resources as your settlers can carry and bring them back to your settlement. Now that you know how you can help your settlers to manage in this environment so hostile to life, I'd like to show you how you can design your settlement in such a way so that your settlers are not only able to survive in it, they're actually glad to be here as well. Your settlers are eager to live in surroundings that please them. For instance, they'd rather not live next to a building that produces lots of noise or dirty grime. You can switch to the heat map of dwellings' attractiveness to be able to see just how attractive the dwellings in your settlement are. In this view, you see which cabins and shelters have been placed in attractive surroundings and which ones are in unattractive surroundings. If you want to make your settlers particularly happy, you should pay attention to providing them with attractive surroundings. To increase the attractiveness of a residential area, you can put up some decorations to beautify your settlement. Each decoration increases the attractiveness of the area where it has been placed. Maybe it's time for you to design your settlement a little more attractively to make your settlers happier. your settlers are really going to like the newly built decorations. This way, you can even manage to design a residential area attractively that's located near industrial buildings. And with sufficient time and energy, even create a settlement where all your settlers are glad to live in it. Although living in a pretty neighborhood isn't the only thing that interests your settlers, they want you to take care of their other needs as well. If you provide them with a forum, they'll make their wishes and requests known to you. You can find out what means a lot to them there. Excellent. Many of your settlers' requests are collected for you at the forum. You ought to check every now and then whether you might be willing to agree to one of those wishes. However, the forum is not only responsible for enabling your settlers to turn to you. At the forum, you can address them too. You can issue decrees and establish rules at the forum, stating how your settlers need to behave. This way, for example, you can ration food and water, or go so far as to prohibit your settlers from reproducing in the near future. Many of the decrees are extremely helpful toward enabling the survival of your settlement, though you should watch out that you don't demand too much of your settlers. If you ask too much of them, it can lead to discontentment spreading throughout your settlement. That's why you always ought to use caution in deciding which decrees you want to impose. Although such a thriving settlement like this one here not only has its advantages, it could be that the attention of prowling raiders is drawn to you, and you'll have to defend yourself against them. First of all, it's going to be important to set up your own defenses. An ammunition factory is going to be necessary to arm those settlers who will be defending your settlement in the future. It would be best if you also assigned several technicians right away who are supposed to work at the ammunition factory. Very good. It's left up to you to decide whether you want to have your ammunition factory manufacture lethal or non-lethal ammunition. While lethal ammunition deals damage to the attacking raiders, non-lethal ammunition ensures that their morale sinks. If the raiders have lost all their morale, they'll flee. No matter what type of ammunition you want to have manufactured, one thing can't be missing. Your ammunition factory requires some sulfur for production. Sulfur can be obtained in your mines. To do this, simply instruct your mines to mine sulfur in the future. Very good, old friend. Now the production of ammunition can get going full steam ahead. To be able to give your settlement blanket protection against attackers, the next thing you want to do is to build several watchtowers and assign militia there. Your settlers will fire at raiders from these watchtowers. It will be best if you place your towers in such a way that they don't stand too close to each other, so that your entire settlement can be protected whenever possible. Very good. These watchtowers form the center of your defense. At each watchtower, you can individually configure the type of ammunition the militia who have been assigned there are supposed to fire at the raiders. As you can see, the raider force is now on its way here. Pay attention to the direction they're coming from. You might have enough time to adapt your defense a bit. I'm going to keep my head down for the time being, until those scoundrels don't bother the settlement anymore. Good luck.
You've said my people are hopeless cases. We were once. I took in one and all. Together we are strong. Give us what we need, then no one will get hurt.
It looks as if they were the last raiders, and the settlement's still standing. Well, it did get a few scratches here and there, but nothing we couldn't recover from.
Enjoy the moment. Soon you'll be laughing from the other side of your faces.
However, in many cases, the raiders won't be paying you a visit just like that, without any advance warning and a reason. Most of the time, they'll demand tribute from you beforehand. If you can pay this tribute, they'll leave you in peace. That is, at least for a certain period of time. This time, I want you to pay the tribute the raiders are demanding from you, so that we can focus on rebuilding here at the settlement. Very good. By doing so, you bought us a little time to be able to prepare ourselves further. Now that this supply is ensured, your settlers are going to noticeably demand more luxury in their lives. After the lengthy trials and tribulations, they finally want to be able to enjoy the fruits of their hard work. The place where they can turn to you with such requests is the town hall. To build a town hall, you have to have the town center upgraded. Very good. Now that your settlers have a town hall, it will only be a matter of time until they assemble there to direct their demands on you. Unlike the forum, where your settlers make suggestions to you as to how you can ensure their survival, the town hall is where your settlers will call for your enactment of their demands. When doing so, they will always give you two options. To satisfy them, you must always fulfill one of these demands. Maybe you want to go take a look now to see if your settlers are already making demands and fulfill one of them. That worked out well. If you don't fulfill your settlers' demands or ignore them for too long, your settlers are going to become more and more displeased with your style of leadership. So see to it that you always keep them satisfied when they make a demand. Settlers' demands are going to have a great deal to do with improving their living conditions. To achieve this, sooner or later you're going to need completely new construction materials and resources. Let's start here with sand. Sand is an important raw material required during the production of glass or concrete. Build a sand mine near the small lake in your settlement to be able to mine sand. The sand mine has now been built and is ready for operation. Your miners will now begin to extract the sand and store it. In addition to sand, cement is also needed to produce concrete. Cement can be obtained from mines. To do this, instruct one of your mines to mine cement in the future. At the same time, you should build a cement factory to provide the necessary resources to start producing concrete. Very good. With that, your settlement is now in a position to produce another valuable construction material on its own. But concrete isn't the only new raw material you're going to need to be able to appease your settlers, who have become so demanding. The material factory is able to obtain glass out of sand or strengthened metal out of metal. You'll need both raw materials to erect buildings, like the greenhouse or the aqua farm. But I'm getting a bit ahead of myself. Perhaps we should focus first on building the material factory. The material factory is now up and ready for operation. Very well done. Now that the new construction materials are available to you, we can address more ambitious projects. Ever since your settlers initially arrived here, they immediately began to collect water. The time has come to improve this process a bit. If you place a pumping station next to your lake and supply it with electricity, it will begin to pump water to your towers, all by itself and fully automatic. Then you can assign the workforce that's been freed as a result to a different place. Practical, isn't it? However, to enable your water tower to be hooked up to a pumping station, you still have to upgrade it once more. The pumping station works. This is a big step for our settlement. A pump like that is going to make the settlers' lives safer and more pleasant. With the surplus water from the pumping station, we could try to run an aqua farm. The aqua farm breeds fish without them needing a lake to breed in. As long as it is being supplied with some water, the aqua farm is able to continue to produce food. Excellent. With this aqua farm, our food supply will become less and less dependent on the weather. And now, even during a drought, we're in a better position to feed ourselves. In addition to supplying them with fish during the drought period, you can also make efforts to have your settlers receive seeds. With the newly obtained glass, you can commission the construction of a greenhouse. In a greenhouse like this, you can plant all kinds of seeds that your settlers would normally sow in fields. The greenhouse has been built. Now the seeds can grow there completely protected against the environment and continue to provide for your settlement. That's going to be a big help. With all the additional construction materials that are now available, your settlers are also going to ask you to gradually begin to further upgrade their dwellings so that they provide more comfort and become more resistant to weather conditions. Your settlers are pleased about their new, much more comfortable dwellings. They're glad to live in this settlement because it can provide them with a safe and secure, dignified, and at the same time, a comfortable life too. You've done a very good job of setting things up. With such a large population, figure that it might possibly become difficult for our production facilities to provide all the settlers with sufficient clothing and tools. If you build a factory unit near this production building, the factory unit will speed up production at the facilities. However, to accomplish this, the factory unit requires a steady inflow of glass, concrete, and strengthened metal. Very good. This factory unit will further boost production of our tailor shops and workshops in order to prepare us for the larger growth of our population. I think the time has come at last for me to bow out as mentor. I've taught you everything I know, and you've proven yourself by keeping us healthy and in good spirits. I may have taken care of heading our last days in the Endzone, but now all my faith lies with you. I believe that you are going to lead us to a glorious future. I'm glad we prepared ourselves well for this kind of scenario, especially since our inventories in the Endzone ran low. Don't forget that if you need additional information, you can look at our survival guide at any time. Welcome to this exercise, old friend. In this session, I want to explain and demonstrate how you can supply your settlers with water. When your settlers don't have sufficient water available, in the worst case, this can lead to making them suffer from thirst and, as a result, possibly even die. To be able to prevent this, I'm going to show you what kinds of measures you can take to create a stable water supply. The first thing your settlers need is a place where they can stockpile and consume water. The cistern is probably the most practical site to start off with. Place a cistern in the vicinity of the nearby lake and assign several workers to the profession water carrier. Your water carriers have the task of transporting water from different sources into your cistern. This is so your settlers have a place to go to supply themselves with water. However, to gather water, you not only need a site where it can be stored, you also need a source from which your water carriers can obtain the water. To accomplish this, build a jetty out of wood near your new cistern. You must make sure that part of the jetty stands in the water so that your water carriers have access to the water. It might be necessary to rotate the jetty so that it can be set in the right position. You can click on the middle mouse key to do this. Now that the wooden jetty has been built, your water carriers have a place where they can obtain water and bring it to the cistern. If your water carriers don't begin to move toward the jetty, then you might have to shift the working area for your cistern. This is because your settlers will only deliver water to your cistern when the source is located within the cistern's working area. You can shift the cistern's working area by clicking on the cistern and choosing the icon for Change Working Range. However, the lakes in your surroundings are not the only source of water that's available to you. A well is able to pump groundwater out of the ground. Build a well and assign a well keeper to have another source of water. Your settlers are also able to supply themselves directly from the well. However, a well doesn't have the same storage capacity as a cistern or a water tower. That's why I recommend that you place your wells in a cistern's working area, so that your water carriers can also retrieve water out of the well. Wells can be built everywhere, although if you place them too close to each other, it will lower their productivity. So make sure that your wells don't lie within the working area of other wells. Unlike the situation with cisterns, you can't change the working area of a well. And speaking of the water tower, even though your cisterns do provide space for water, a water tower provides even more space. And you're going to need a lot of water to be able to supply all your settlers when your population figures grow. You can either build a new water tower or upgrade your cistern to convert it into a water tower. To do this, simply choose the cistern and upgrade it to a water tower. Very good. The water tower is ready for use, and your water carriers can now stockpile water here as well. It provides a greater storage capacity than a cistern. But your water tower is not only able to store more water than a cistern can, it's also able to filter and thus purify water contaminated with radiation, because it's not particularly healthy for your settlers to consume radioactively contaminated water. To filter the water that's being brought to the water tower, click on the water tower and set the filtering to active. Good. Now all your water will be filtered by the water tower. To do this, your water tower is going to need coal, so make sure that enough coal is available to you. With the new filtration system and the possibility to filter radioactively contaminated water, you're able to make use of another source of water, the rainwater collector, and capture and store rainwater. No manpower is needed to do this. However, it could naturally happen that the rain has been contaminated by radiation, which obviously is why your rainwater collector is collecting contaminated water. But that's why you've taken precautions for precisely this situation and activated the filtering in your water tower. Excellent. Now your settlement is collecting water from different sources and is consequently well able to supply itself. Another building that can help you to produce clean water is the electric water pump. This pump functions the same way as your wells, except that no manpower is needed to convey the water. Extremely practical. The electric water pump has been built and is ready for use. Although in its present condition, it won't be able to convey any water as of yet. To do that, it's going to need electricity. I've taught your settlers how to build wind turbines. If you hook up your electric water pump to a wind turbine, you'll be able to start doing its work. As you can see, your electric water pump is working now. Make sure it is always supplied with sufficient electricity if you want things to stay this way. With this, I've shown you the kinds of sources from which you can obtain water. But in the case of larger settlements, just collecting and purifying water is not going to be enough. Your settlers must have access to the water as well. A water point allows you to provide your settlers with water locally, on site. The logisticians you've assigned will transport water from your water tower to the water point. This in turn enables you to create a network that is able to supply your settlers with water everywhere in your settlement. Access to sufficient clean water is key to your settlement's survival. See to it that your settlers are always well supplied with water. I think the time has come at last for me to bow out as mentor. I believe that you are going to lead us to a glorious future. I'm glad we prepared ourselves well for this kind of scenario, especially since our inventories in the Endzone ran low. Don't forget that if you need additional information, you can look at our survival guide at any time. Welcome to this exercise, old friend. In this session, I want to show and explain to you how you can provide your settlers with food. If sufficient food items are not available to your settlers, in the worst case, this can result in starvation and could lead to death. At the present time, the fastest method will surely be for you to simply instruct your settlers to roam the forest to search there for mushrooms and berries. Settlers who currently have not been assigned any profession will now see to it that they perform the task you have given them. The initial hunger at your settlement can be appeased as a result. Since food naturally bears a fundamental importance, it's much better when some of your settlers could take care of roaming the forest on a long-lasting basis. If you build a gatherer's cabin and assign a gatherer there, the gatherer will take care of searching for berries and mushrooms on a permanent basis. Very good. Now that the gatherer's cabin has been built, the assigned gatherers will keep an eye out for mushrooms and berries in their working area. Ensure that in the best case, the working area for the gatherer's cabin contains as many trees as possible, because the plants your gatherers are looking for can only grow on these trees. You can shift the working area for your gatherer's cabin if at any time the area is not felt to be optimal. Although berries and mushrooms are a good start, it's important for your settlers to be able to nourish themselves from as many sources as possible. This not only helps to offset possible shortages of food, it also leads your settlers to living healthier lives and becoming more resistant to outbreaks of disease. Your water carriers already collect water from the nearby lake. The next thing you ought to do is to place a fishing hut there to catch fish. Your fishermen will now begin to catch fish, provided, of course, that water exists. During a drought, your fishermen will not be able to fish. Unlike the situation with the gatherer's cabin, the working area for the fishing hut cannot be shifted. Pay attention that the working areas of multiple fishing huts do not overlap, because this decreases the effectiveness of this building. Your settlers not only rely on the food they are able to gather in their surrounding environment, they can also create farmland on their own to provide themselves with high-quality food items. Farmland is dependent upon soil humidity. Ensure that your fields are established on soil that is as moist as possible to ensure that the plants cultivated by your settlers can thrive. Now your farmland is ready to be farmed. However, your farmers are not going to begin to plant anything yet. Because to do this, you first have to tell your farmers which seeds are supposed to be cultivated on the field. To enable this, Choose the particular farmland and decide which kind of seeds are supposed to be planted there. As you can now see, your farmers are beginning to plant the seeds on the farmland. Once the plant has ripened, the farmer will harvest it. As soon as the entire farmland has been harvested, the farmer will reseed the selected farmland with the same seeds. In other words, you won't need to take care of this anymore. Besides farmlands, you can also create orchards. They are equally managed by farmers. Unlike fields for farmland, however, fruit or nut trees are planted here. These trees can be harvested several times before they have to be replanted. In contrast, they need quite some time before they bear fruit for the first time. For both orchards and fields for farmland, you can issue instructions at any time to harvest the field or orchard right away to ensure quick crop yields. In exactly the same way, at any time, you can redesignate which type of seed ought to be planted next. As you may have already noticed, a whole bunch of wild animals roam the area around your town center. If you build a hunting lodge, you can instruct the hunters there to hunt wild animals, and consequently, make an additional source of food accessible to your settlers. Similar to the gatherer's cabin, with the hunting lodge, you also ought to ensure that wild animals are located within the lodge's working area, so that your hunters are able to hunt them. Wild animals can not only be shot, they can be captured too. To capture wild animals, you have to instruct your hunter to do this. The animals captured by the hunter are now brought to the hunting lodge. In a second step, they can be brought from the lodge to a pasture to be kept as livestock. A pasture makes it possible for you to keep the wild animals you have captured as livestock. Any type of captured wild animal can be kept on the pasture, but always only one type of animal at the same time. Set up a pasture and assign a herder to be able to utilize the wild animals captured by your hunter. As you already know from the fields and orchards, your herder won't yet be able to begin his work as well. To achieve this, first you have to choose a type of animal that is supposed to be kept on the pasture. Choose the particular pasture and then select a type of animal that belongs there. Animals captured by a hunter are brought to a pasture where they are tended to and cared for by the herders. Some animals produce resources, such as milk or eggs. Other animals can only be slaughtered to eat. You must provide the animals you keep on your pasture with water to enable them to survive and reproduce. As soon as enough animals are fully grown, the herder will start to slaughter them. If you don't want animals to be slaughtered, you can instruct the herder not to do so. All kinds of food are now being produced by your settlement and can be eaten by your settlers. To be able to provide even better food, you can build a kitchen and assign cooks. Normally, your researchers would have to first perform research on the necessary technology for constructing a kitchen. But I have already taught your settlers what they have to know to accomplish this. The kitchen will now produce processed food from all possible kinds of foods, and those kinds the kitchen has access to. This processed food can bring different advantages with it. I'll leave it up to you to decide for yourself what your kitchen ought to produce. Your decision is naturally not final, and the menu can be changed at any time. Now you can test whether the food production you have set up is sufficient. In the event that your settlers still have difficulties getting their hands on food, you should build more production buildings and assign more settlers to food production. As you can see, the food supply of this small settlement has been secured by you. However, you shouldn't forget that larger settlements need more food too. Always keep an eye on whether your food production is sufficient. I think the time has come at last for me to bow out as mentor. I believe that you are going to lead us to a glorious future. I'm glad we prepared ourselves well for this kind of scenario, especially since our inventories in the Endzone ran low. Don't forget that if you need additional information, you can look at our survival guide at any time. Welcome to this exercise, old friend. In this session, you will learn what's behind your settler's contentedness, the ways it affects your settlement, how you can influence it. To start off, you should choose a settler to open the settler's individual window. From there, you can switch to the window for contentedness. In this window, you can see which factors influence the settler's contentedness. You can see why the settler is unhappy or happy. This view is useful in discovering how you can make your settlers even happier. The most important thing to your settlers is that they are provided with the absolute necessities. If they don't have food, water, or a roof over their heads, it's going to be very hard for you to sharply increase their contentedness. Although your settlers currently have enough food items available, they don't have a place to sleep. It'd be best if you took care of this. If you take a look at one of your settlers again, you'll see that the settler is happy with their new housing. The settler's contentedness has increased. That's very practical. The more content the settler is, the more effectively they're going to work. In addition, particularly happy settlers are going to move faster too. For a more precise overview of the kind of influence confidence has on your settlers, you ought to read up on it in the survival guide. When the basic needs of your settlers have been covered, you can make them even happier by giving them additional opportunities to relax or amuse themselves. Several possibilities are available for you to do this. One way to achieve this would be the campfire. Now that the campfire has been built, your settlers will start to pay it a visit. This will increase their contentedness. At the same time, the campfire has another second effect. Settlers whose dwellings are located in the vicinity of a campfire perceive their environment as more attractive. Your settlers are eager to live in an environment that pleases them. For instance, they prefer not to live next to a building that produces a lot of noise or dirty grime. To be able to see how attractive the dwellings in your settlement are, you can switch to the view displaying dwellings' attractiveness. In this view, you can see which cabins and shelters have been placed in an attractive environment and which ones in an unattractive environment. If you want to make your settlers particularly happy, you should pay attention to providing them with an attractive environment. To increase the attractiveness of a residential area, you can put up some decorations to beautify your settlement. Each decoration increases the attractiveness of the area it has been placed in. Maybe it's time for you to design your settlement a little more attractively to make your settlers happier. Your settlers are really going to like the newly built decorations. This way, you can even manage to design a residential area attractively that is located near industrial buildings. With enough time and energy, you might even be able to create a settlement in which all your settlers live in an attractive environment. At the upper edge of your screen, you can tell at a glance what the average contentedness of your settlement is at the moment. This average contentedness of your settlement has effects on how your settlers behave and on the kinds of requests they pass on to you. To enable you to address your settlers' wishes in the best possible way you should, set up a forum and check the bulletin board there to see if your settlers have a quest for you. You can read what your settlers want from you here. In this case, they want you to build a pub. When you look at the mission, it indicates that this mission deals with a quest that is going to have an effect on the total confidence of your settlement. If you decline to carry out the mission, or you're unable to complete it on time, your settlers are going to be unhappy about it. Their confidence will drop. By contrast, if you complete the quest, they will become even more confident. You have successfully completed the quest posed by your settlers. This will boost the confidence of all your settlers. The forum is where your settlers accumulate all the various requests they want you to address. You should pay special attention to the kinds of requests that have an effect on the contentedness of your settlement. However, the forum is not only responsible for giving your settlers a place where they can turn to you. At the forum, you can address them too. You can issue decrees and establish rules at the forum stating how your settlers have to behave. For example, this way you can ration food or water, or go so far as to prohibit your settlers from reproducing in the near future. Many of the decrees are extremely helpful toward enabling the survival of your settlement. though you should watch out that you don't demand too much of your settlers. If you ask too much of them, it can lead to discontentment spreading throughout your settlement. That's why you should always use caution in deciding which decrees you want to impose. Now you know what maximizes the confidence of your settlers and how you can influence it. In closing, I'd like to recommend that influencing it is precisely what you should do. Confident settlers live longer, work more effectively, and move around your settlement faster. On the other hand, unhappy settlers work and move slower. I think the time has come at last for me to bow out as mentor. I believe that you are going to lead us to a glorious future. I'm glad we prepared ourselves well for this kind of scenario, especially since our inventories in the Endzone ran low. Don't forget that if you need additional information, you can look at our survival guide at any time. Welcome to this exercise, old friend. In this session, I want to show and explain to you how you can deal with radiation in order to protect your settlers against it. This radiation is invisible to your settlers. However, you can view the radiation levels in the surrounding area by toggling over the radiation heat map. As you can see, there are some areas in your settlement that are radioactively contaminated. Different colorings of the areas signal different intensities of radiation levels. There are low-level, medium-level, and highly contaminated areas. In the key for the radiation heat map at the lower edge of the screen, you can see which radiation level is marked with which color. To free an area from radiation, you can instruct your settlers to dig up the soil and remove the radiation this way. Now your settlers are going to begin to remove harmful radiation from the area you have chosen. Over time, the radiation around your settlement is going to change again and again. Clouds can carry acid rain to your settlement, which can pollute the soil even more. So that your settlers are not constantly occupied with digging up the soil and remain protected even when they enter an area that's contaminated, it's going to be imperative that you equip them with sufficient protective clothing. You can produce different kinds of protective clothing for your settlers. The basic material for all protective clothing is cloth. In order to manufacture cloth, you ought to build a recycler and assign a refiner there. The recycler is responsible for sorting out scrap and in the process producing a number of further resources. One of these resources is cloth. So the newly built recycler is now going to start to convert scrap into cloth so that you can utilize it for further production. Very good. For a start, your settlers are going to be shielded against the hazardous radiation in the environment via the neck scarves produced here. Neck scarves provide your settlers with protection against all areas that have low-level contamination. However, if they come into contact with higher levels of radiation, in other words, areas that have medium-level contamination or are even highly contaminated, then the protection provided by neck scarves is not going to be sufficient. To protect your settlers against higher levels of radiation, you want to make an effort to provide more effective protective clothing. If you equip your settlers with activated carbon mask instead of neck scarves, they would be even better protected. On the other hand, until now, your tailor shop unfortunately still doesn't have access to all of the resources it needs to produce these masks. What it lacks is coal. Coal can be produced in the charcoal kiln, where wood is charred to form coal. The charcoal burner you assigned is now going to begin to bring wood into the charcoal kiln and produce coal there. In a similar way to the cloth you have produced, this coal can then be utilized further. Now that coal is also being produced by your settlers in addition to cloth, your tailor shop can start producing activated carbon masks. However, to achieve this, you have to instruct your tailor shop to produce these masks. Otherwise, the shop will go on making neck scarves. If you want to fully protect your settlers against radiation in the environment, you're going to have to equip them with radiation suits. Your settlement already produces the major part of the resources required to do this. However, plastic is still needed to make these suits. To obtain plastic, it has to be sorted out from scrap. But since you need not only plastic, but cloth as well, I don't think it's a smart idea to simply convert your recycler from cloth production to plastic production. You'd be better off having a second recycler built instead. With cloth, coal, and plastic, all the resources you need for the manufacturing of radiation suits are now available. If you instruct your tailor shop to redirect their efforts towards producing radiation suits, the tailor shop will discontinue the production of activated carbon masks and focus on the newly assigned task. Excellent. With the new radiation suits, your settlers will be protected even against the highest level radiation in the environment. Radioactively contaminated rain can't do a thing to them anymore. Then again, radiation is a treacherous thing and endangers your settlers from the inside as well as outside. Although you've protected your settlers, they can still absorb radiation into their bodies when they ingest radioactively contaminated water or food. So you ought to also take measures to safeguard your water and food supplies. A first step would be to purify the water supply. Sadly, your cistern isn't able to do this. But if you upgrade it to a water tower, then you can purify the water stored there via coal filters. So upgrade your cistern and then activate the coal filter. As a result, your settler's water supply is also now protected against radioactive contamination. As long as you can make sufficient coal available, your water carriers will see to it that any contaminated water that gets into the water tower is purified. As the last step, now your settlers have to be protected against radioactively contaminated food. The decontamination post is going to be responsible for this in your settlement. Decontamination kits are produced at this post. Your decontaminators will subsequently distribute these kits to all your production buildings that produce food. All your storage buildings and warehouses will also be equipped with these kits. Great work. Now your settlers are protected against all types of radiation. You should always keep an eye on the radiation in your surroundings. See to it that you have protective clothing and decontamination kits in stock. I think the time has come at last for me to bow out as mentor. I believe that you are going to lead us to a glorious future. I'm glad we prepared ourselves well for this kind of scenario, especially since our inventories in the Endzone ran low. Don't forget that if you need additional information, you can look at our survival guide at any time. Welcome to this exercise, old friend. In this session, I want to show you and explain how you can close a barter trade deal with traders who come from other settlements. To start off, it's naturally first of all important to attract a trader to your settlement to be able to make a barter trade deal with them. You can build a trading post to get traders to come to your settlement. In addition, you ought to assign several logisticians who will work at the trading post. Logisticians assigned to the trading post will stockpile the resources you want to trade in your barter trade deal at your trading post. As soon as your trading post is built, traders will pay a visit to your settlement from time to time. Now that the trading post has been built, it's only going to be a matter of time until the trader arrives. When a trader has arrived, you can close a barter trade deal with him. A trader is on the way to our trading post. Once he or she has arrived, choose the trading post. From there, you will switch to the barter trade deal window to be able to view the trader's offer. A trader always carries only a certain number of resources with him. At the same time, he is also interested in certain resources too. You can make the trader an offer now as to which of your resources you'd be gladly willing to barter in return for his resources. Watch out that your offer doesn't become too unfair. Otherwise, the trader won't accept the offer. At the moment you're making the trader a fair offer, he'll accept the barter trade deal, and his opinion of you won't change. You and the trader were able to agree on a deal. While the trader sets off again, your settlers are now going to distribute the bartered resources among the warehouses in your settlement. Now that the barter trade deal has been completed, the trader is going to leave your settlement. After a while, a new trader will pay a visit to your settlement. At the trading post, you can see which trader is going to be the next to pay a visit to your settlement. Each trader specializes in certain resources. Once you have researched the technology called improved radio mast at the research station, you can decide for yourself which trader should be the next to come to your settlement. I have already taught this technology to your settlement so that the settlement can practice using it. Now that you know how you can attract traders to your settlement and have learned how to close a barter trade deal, I've shown you all the things you need to know for successful trading. In closing, I'd also recommend that you always be on good terms with traders. Traders who have a high opinion of you might every now and then offer you valuable things like knowledge or seeds. I think the time has come at last for me to bow out as mentor. I believe that you are going to lead us to a glorious future. I'm glad we prepared ourselves well for this kind of scenario, especially since our inventories in the Endzone ran low. Don't forget that if you need additional information, you can look at our survival guide at any time. Welcome to this exercise, old friend. In this session, I'd like to show you and explain how you can send your settlers on expeditions in order to find useful knowledge and materials that will help you to survive in this harsh environment. The first thing you want to do is to build an expedition station, because expeditions are prepared and sent off at this building. Very good. Now that the expedition station has been built, the first step that's necessary to enable your settlers to explore the ruins in your surroundings has been done. The next thing you want to do is to get yourself ready for your first expeditions. Assign settlers to become scouts and prepare expedition rations. When you want to send off an expedition, you can decide the amount of rations you want to provide the expedition with. This enables you to control how long and how thoroughly the expedition is able to examine a ruin. Very good. Now that your scouts have produced some expedition rations, future expeditions can be equipped and provided for. However, your scouts have another function besides producing expedition rations. You can send them out to discover an interesting place. A scout has to reconnoiter an interesting place first, before you'll be able to send expeditions on their way to this location. The scout is going to need some time until he reaches his destination. As soon as he has arrived, he will report in and notify you of what he has found out. While you wait for his report, you can have additional expedition rations produced in order to be well prepared for the expedition. Very good. Your scout made it to the ruin and has already accumulated some information about it. If you reopen the expedition overview window, you'll see that the scout has communicated his assessment of the on-site situation to you. This shows you which type of ruin it deals with here, and which qualifications and resources are going to be advantageous on your expedition. Make sure that the settlers you send on the expedition are the kind who are experts in the field that the scout feels is important, and that you equip them with suitable tools and protective clothing. Provide them with sufficient expedition rations as well, to be able to ensure that they have as much leeway to act as possible. Excellent. Your scouts will now begin to bring all of the necessary materials for the expedition to the expedition station and start preparing the expedition. As soon as your scouts have brought all the materials you have chosen for the expedition to the expedition station, your new explorers will assemble and jointly set off on their way. As soon as they arrive, they will report in to you and wait for your instructions. Take charge of the expedition as soon as it has arrived at its destination. Your expedition has arrived. Now it's up to you to guide them through the expedition itself. As long as they have sufficient expedition rations at their disposal, your settlers can search through the ruins. Your settlers are now going to enter the ruin and notify you of what they encounter. Then you can decide how you should proceed from there. Take note that your settlers have to use up expedition rations for each route they investigate. As you can see here, it's not guaranteed that your settlers have success when they want to take this route. However, if you have paid attention to the different advantages and your settlers are well equipped, you can distinctly increase their chances of success. Your settlers were able to force their way into the ruin and search it. They will notify you of everything useful they find here. If, in your opinion, there's nothing else your settlers can achieve at this ruin, then you can send them back again at any time. While searching the shop, your settlers discovered a storage room. Now they can penetrate further inside the ruin if you urge them to do so. Here, too, certain advantages are going to be useful again. While searching the shop, your settlers discovered a storage room. Now they can penetrate further inside the ruin if you urge them to do so. Here too, certain advantages are going to be useful again. Your settlers were very successful in their search. They found a few devices they were able to make good use of for research activities later on. You should keep a sharp eye out for these kinds of research utensils, because they can only be found on expeditions. Research utensils can be found on expeditions. The more research utensils found, the greater the number of technologies available for performing research at the research station. Your settlers can take a look at this part of the ruin. Although, as you can see, this part of the ruin isn't the only one. Now you can either let your settlers proceed further here, or choose the other part. Your settlers have forced their way into the garage and gathered up everything useful they were able to find. If, in your opinion, there's nothing else your settlers can achieve at this ruin, then you can send them back again at any time. At any rate, it's all worked out very well up to this point. You've built an expedition station, examined a ruin, and headed a successful expedition. With that, I've taught you what you have to know to be able to carry out expeditions in Endzone successfully. In closing, I'd like to advise you to take a look at as many ruins in your surroundings as possible. It's a sure thing that you'll be able to find lots of useful things there. In addition to useful resources and knowledge, there could also be research utensils or even other survivors you can help. It's always worth it to keep an eye on the environment you're in. I think the time has come at last for me to bow out as mentor. I believe that you are going to lead us to a glorious future. I'm glad we prepared ourselves well for this kind of scenario, especially since our inventories in the Endzone ran low. Don't forget that if you need additional information, you can look at our survival guide at any time. Welcome to this exercise, old friend. In this session, I want to show and explain to you how you can perform research at your settlement. These various types of research are going to help you in advancing the development of your settlement, showing you how to make it even more sturdy, resilient, and long-lasting in a hostile environment. As a starting point, you'll need a research station where your researchers can work. At your new research station, the researchers you have assigned will begin to generate knowledge. This knowledge is necessary to perform research. It's going to take a while. You can observe your researchers' progress at the research station. Now that your researchers have researched the electronics technology, your refiners are not only able to salvage cloth, plastic, and metal from scrap, they can also get electronic parts for use at your settlement. On the other hand, electronics alone are not sufficient to generate enough electricity. Additional research is required to do this. If you take a look at your research tree, you'll now see that your progress in researching electronics allows you to advance through other types of research that build successively upon one another. What would it be like if you now gave your researchers the quest to perform research on the wind turbine? Very good. With this, now you have also completed an advancing type of research. Your settlers are able to carry out many types of research on their own. Once sufficient knowledge and the necessary resources are available, you can instruct them to begin these types of research. However, some types of research are too complex for your settlers and need additional utensils to be able to perform them. You find these utensils in the dilapidated ruins spread across the map. Send out expeditions to search for these useful research materials. Although for the time being, I have brought along several research utensils so that we can focus on the research itself. With the research utensils, the necessary knowledge, and the required resources available on demand, you can now instruct your settlers to conduct a complex type of research. What would it be like if you instructed them to perform research on the solar collector? With this, your settlers are also able to make use of such highly complex technology in the future. It will surely be able to help them a lot further. As you can see, it's completely your choice as to which types of research your settlers ought to carry out. In turn, this enables you to address the needs of your settlement precisely, and as a result, make choices according to what you want to prioritize. I have thus taught you what you need to know to be able to perform research in Endzone. In closing, I'd like to give you an added bit of advice, and that is to look around everywhere for opportunities to obtain knowledge, because knowledge is found everywhere in this harsh world. It doesn't have to be generated in an unavoidably tedious and laborious way by your researchers. I think the time has come at last for me to bow out as mentor. I believe that you are going to lead us to a glorious future. I'm glad we prepared ourselves well for this kind of scenario, especially since our inventories in the Endzone ran low. Don't forget that if you need additional information, you can look at our survival guide at any time. Welcome to this exercise, old friend. In this session, I want to show you and explain how you can prepare your settlers for raiders. The larger and more successful your settlement gets, the greater the likelihood that raiders are going to take notice of you. However, there's no need for you to worry that you're helpless and at the mercy of these raiders. Today, I'd like to show you several strategies you can use to protect your settlement. First and foremost, it's going to be important to set up our own defenses. An ammunition factory is going to be necessary to arm those settlers who will be defending your settlement in the future. It would be best if you also assigned several technicians right away who are supposed to work in the ammunition factory. Very good. It's left up to you to decide whether you want to have your ammunition factory manufacture lethal or non-lethal ammunition. While lethal ammunition deals damage to the attacking raiders, non-lethal ammunition ensures that their morale sinks. If the raiders have lost all their morale, they'll flee. To be able to give your settlement blanket protection against attackers, the next thing you want to do is to build several watchtowers and assign militia there. Your settlers will fire at raiders from these watchtowers. It will be best if you place your towers in such a way that they don't stand too close to each other, so that your entire settlement can be protected whenever possible. Very good. These watchtowers form the center of your defense. At each watchtower, you can individually configure the type of ammunition the militia who have been assigned there are supposed to fire at the raiders. Besides the manned watchtowers, you can also set up unmanned siren towers that are driven by a power supply. These siren towers will emit a loud alarm signal and reduce the morale of the raiders who venture too close to the tower. Very good. The new siren tower has been erected. Make sure that it's supplied with electricity in the event of an attack. Otherwise, it could happen that it's not operational at the decisive moment. Your watchtowers and siren towers are now ready for action. You can additionally set up blockades to hold back advancing raiders even further. These blockades will slow down the gangs of marauders and consequently provide your towers with more time to reveal their devastating effect. Very good. This settlement seems to me to be sufficiently secured now. As you can see, the raider force is now on its way here. Pay attention to the direction they're coming from. You might have enough time to adapt your defense a bit. I'm going to keep my head down for the time being, until those scoundrels don't bother the settlement anymore. Good luck.
You've said my people are hopeless cases. We were once. I took in one and all. Together we are strong. Give us what we need, then no one will get hurt.
It looks as if they were the last raiders, and the settlement's still standing. Well, it did get a few scratches here and there, but nothing we couldn't recover from.
We'll rise again, over and over again, and that's a promise!
However, in many cases, the raiders won't be paying you a visit just like that, without any advance warning and a reason. Most of the time, they'll demand tribute from you beforehand. If you can pay this tribute, they'll leave you in peace. That is, at least for a certain period of time. This time, I want you to pay the tribute the raiders are demanding from you, so that we can focus on rebuilding here at the settlement. Very good. By doing so, you bought us a little time to be able to prepare ourselves further. I think the time has come at last for me to bow out as mentor. I believe that you are going to lead us to a glorious future. A warm welcome to you. I'm glad to have the pleasure of welcoming you again. In this tutorial, I'd like to stand by you during the steps your settlement is going to take in order to become a stalwart cradle for a new civilization. I'm glad we prepared ourselves well for this kind of scenario, especially since our inventories in the Endzone ran low. Don't forget that if you need additional information, you can look at our survival guide at any time. Up till now, you've managed to enable your settlers to survive in this bleak, barren world. You have furnished them with food, water, protective clothing, and a roof over their heads. You have also already begun to make electricity available to them again and improve their quality of life. Now that this supply is ensured, your settlers are going to noticeably demand more luxury in their lives. After the lengthy trials and tribulations, they finally want to be able to enjoy the fruits of their hard work. The place where they can turn to you with such requests is the town hall. To build a town hall, you have to have the town center upgraded. Very good. Now that your settlers have a town hall, It will only be a matter of time until they assemble there to direct their demands on you. Unlike the forum, where your settlers make suggestions to you as to how you can ensure their survival, the town hall is where your settlers will call for your enactment of their demands. When doing so, they will always give you two options. To satisfy them, you must always fulfill one of these demands. Maybe you ought to go take a look now to see if your settlers are already making demands, and fulfill one of them. That worked out well. If you don't fulfill your settlers' demands, or ignore them for too long, your settlers are going to become more and more displeased with your style of leadership. So see to it that you always keep them satisfied when they make a demand. Settlers' demands are going to have a great deal to do with improving their living conditions. To achieve this, sooner or later you're going to need completely new construction materials and resources. Let's start here with sand. Sand is an important raw material required during the production of glass or concrete. Build a sand mine near the small lake in your settlement to be able to mine sand. The sand mine has now been built and is ready for operation. Your miners will now begin to extract the sand and store it. In addition to sand, cement is also needed to produce concrete. Cement can be obtained from mines. To do this, instruct one of your mines to mine cement in the future. At the same time, you should build a cement factory to provide the necessary resources to start producing concrete. Very good. With that, your settlement is now in a position to produce another valuable construction material on its own. But concrete isn't the only new raw material you're going to need to be able to appease your settlers, who have become so demanding. The material factory is able to obtain glass out of sand or strengthened metal out of metal. You'll need both raw materials to erect buildings like the greenhouse or the aqua farm. But I'm getting a bit ahead of myself. Perhaps we should focus first on building the material factory. The material factory is now up and ready for operation. Very well done. Now that the new construction materials are available to you, we can address more ambitious projects. Ever since your settlers initially arrived here, they immediately began to collect water. The time has come to improve this process a bit. If you place a pumping station next to your lake and supply it with electricity, it will begin to pump water to your towers, all by itself and fully automatic. Then you can assign the workforce that's been freed as a result to a different place. Practical, isn't it? However, to enable your water tower to be hooked up to a pumping station, you still have to upgrade it once more. pumping station works. This is a big step for our settlement. A pump like that is going to make the settlers' lives safer and more pleasant. With the surplus water from the pumping station, we could try to run an aqua farm. The aqua farm breeds fish without them needing a lake to breed in. As long as it is being supplied with some water, the aqua farm is able to continue to produce food. Excellent. With this aqua farm, our food supply will become less and less dependent on the weather. And now, even during a drought, we're in a better position to feed ourselves. In addition to supplying them with fish during the drought period, you can also make efforts to have your settlers receive seeds. With the newly obtained glass, you can commission the construction of a greenhouse. In a greenhouse like this, you can plant all kinds of seeds that your settlers would normally sow in fields. The greenhouse has been built. Now the seeds can grow there, completely protected against the environment, and continue to provide for your settlement. That's going to be a big help. With all the additional construction materials that are now available, your settlers are also going to ask you to gradually begin to further upgrade their dwellings so that they provide more comfort and become more resistant to weather conditions. Your settlers are pleased about their new, much more comfortable dwellings. They're glad to live in this settlement because it can provide them with a safe and secure, dignified, and at the same time, a comfortable life too. You've done a very good job of setting things up. With such a large population, figure that it might possibly become difficult for our production facilities to provide all the settlers with sufficient clothing and tools. If you build a factory unit near this production building, the factory unit will speed up production at the facilities. However, to accomplish this, the factory unit requires a steady inflow of glass, concrete, and strengthened metal. Very good. This factory unit will further boost production of our tailor shops and workshops in order to prepare us for the larger growth of our population. And with that, I'd like to readily take the opportunity to bow out again. In concluding, I want to urgently advise you to pay attention to your population's demands time and again, because if you ignore them, it could quickly lead to a large degree of discontentment arising in your settlement. However, I am convinced that you are going to lead your settlers to a great future. All of our progress has led to us being on the best track toward becoming the cradle for a new civilization. Through constant and stable growth, this settlement will slowly but surely rise to become a true metropolis and a shining example of our will to survive. The more settlers who call this settlement their home, the closer we will get to our goal to create a safe and sound future for humanity. If you'd like to know how many more settlers you need on your path, you can have your growth progress shown to you.
Welcome back. I hope it's okay that I'm filling in for Arthur today. I'll do my best, I promise. This time it's about remote expeditions that will lead you to faraway places. To make them possible, first you have to do research on a balloon station. Your settlers have to know what they're supposed to build before setting off on a treasure hunt. This time, it's about remote... Very good! I've already brought along the plans for the balloon station for you so that we can get started right away. To begin with, it would be best for you to construct the balloon station. To equip your new expeditions, you should also assign additional scouts. Scouts can work at both a balloon station and an expedition station. We're all set. The balloon station has been put up, and your scouts are ready to equip a new expedition. Now the time has finally come to send off an expedition. You can do this directly at your new balloon station. You already ought to be familiar with the process due to your expedition station. Prepare the expedition and send it off. Normally, you'd be able to start an expedition from here heading in this direction on the compass. But in this tutorial, I only want to travel to one place with you. I've discovered a strange house some distance away. You can begin the expedition to this house starting from any direction on the compass. Just like you're already accustomed to from your expedition station, now your scouts are going to equip your researchers. Once all the equipment has been brought and all the participants have assembled, the expedition will set off on its way. When the expedition has arrived at its targeted destination, they're going to report in to you. When that has happened, you can get in touch with them in order to instruct them.
Your expedition has arrived. It looks as if this house is still being lived in. Maybe your settlers should take a look around in the vicinity of their landing point. There are a few boxes and barrels lying around. Looks like the owners didn't want to have what was in them anymore. I think your researchers don't have to worry about taking a look at what they find there. The expedition has been completed and will now return to the balloon station together with its balloon. During your future expeditions, you should always keep your eyes open. You might find new seeds on them, all kinds of resources, and possibly one or another type of technology too. With that, once again, I'd like to say goodbye to you. Even though we didn't encounter anyone this time, I'm certain that you'll get to know interesting people and experience thrilling stories on your expeditions to faraway places. I wish you lots of success on your future adventures.